We're ready to get started today. We'll go ahead and bring in class 1.
Well, good morning. Definitely glad for the opportunity and humbled for the opportunity to work through your sheep and goats today, and more importantly, the opportunity to work with your kids. I'll make you a few promises as we begin. I will give every kid a fair look, but do so without sacrificing, some efficiency and making sure we roll through these things in a pretty quick fashion. I think we begin with a nice trio of does here in our doe show, and young ladies doing a fine job. I think a lot of differences in terms of these does. That's why I circled them there an extra time. I wouldn't necessarily say there's one that reaches out and grabs you and says that they just have to win. And honestly, the doe that I think probably just comes with outright the most skeletal width and the right kind of body shape and just dimension is the cantankerous one in the young lady here directly in front of me. I think when she gets this doe parked, this one from her forerib back is class leading in this particular setting. Bolder there, and just the turn of her forerib, that is the biggest pinned one. But in motion, I do wish she'd get out and prance, because structurally that one's right. The angle of her shoulder, she comes just so much stouter with regard to feature, set, and sculpt to that one. That one's hind leg is still plenty good. Young lady that's going to be second here to my far right brings this one that probably from the side you like as good as any, long-necked and really comes out high there out of the top side of her shoulder. That one is as elevated as anything. She's a little shorter hipped and gets steeper there out of it, more so than anything. I read her just a little tighter there in terms of her forerib, a bit more fragile just in terms of her feature and bone work, but the young lady's done a fine job. Young lady there in the black that's going to be third today brings this one that you like just in terms of having some shape and turn, good handling one at that, a bit more fragile, redder, just a little straighter, especially just out of her shoulder and hawk in motion, but a nice little trio of goats as we begin there. My compliments to all those kids.
Congratulations to your Class 1 winner. That's Katie Austin from the Fletcher FFA. Second went to Huntley McElhaney from Elgin 4-H, and third went to Aubrey Chandler of Comanche County 4-H. Congratulations to your Class 1 winners. We're now ready for Class 2. There'll be 6 in this class.
increased our numbers here in this particular class, and I think a pair of does that need a surface and do so relatively quickly, in my opinion. Young lady's doe, I think ultimately is just the more elegant one that's so much better looking, especially from the side. Now, I'm not saying she's perfect, probably in the shape of her shoulder, but that one, especially in motion and just the way she blends everything in just a more collected and seamless package, I think is class leading in this particular setting. Hind leg sculpt is so much more attractive as well. She too is just a robust one that's very wide chested and comes with some extra dimension. I like that doe quite a bit. Congratulations to you. Young man that's going to stand second with the fawn headed doe, I think gives her a run for her money, especially from her full rib back. That's a good touching one that probably comes with just a little extra length and extension. Difference is 3/4 view. I don't read that doe to be quite as genuine just in terms of her width, smaller just in terms of her genuine foot size and forfeits some look up front. But you've done a nice job with a good doe in her own right. Close between 3 and 4, really contrasting pair, and I think you could probably argue them either way. I do side with just some extra substance and just sheer capacity in the doe here directly in front of me. Young lady does a good job with one that probably naturally is better just in the shape of her forerib and heart. She transitions just into a bolder, probably midrib as well, and just comes with more substance. She doesn't quite have the look or attractiveness of those does ahead of her, but so much more than a really extended doe that the young man brings us over here to my far right. A really tall fronted one, long necked, and all the extra pieces from that perspective. 3/4 view again, wants to concave too much there about the base of her body for me, deviate right behind her shoulder. If we could make that thing just a little bigger racked and come with just some more substance, I think we'd switch you and move you up a spot, buddy, because you've done a fine job. Young lady that rounds out our class here brings us a black-legged doe that comes with some extra, dimension and substance, just a little plainer. Know one thing, though, all these kids deserve a big round of applause as they exit.
Congratulations to your Class 2 winner. First place went to Aliciana Chavez from Chattanooga FFA. Second to Cash and Todd from Cash FFA. Third place went to Katie Austin from Fletcher. Fourth to Trapper McElhaney from the Elgin 4-H. And fifth to Genesis Strife from Indiahoma. Congratulations to your Class 2 winners. We'll now need Aliciana and Katie back in to show for Division 1 champion.
Get these first and seconds back out here from our first two classes here for a division lineup, and I think each of them represent good quality. I do think that there was a class that come with just a bit more depth, especially there on the top end in terms of combining just some extra look and attractiveness. Congratulate all these young people from our first division here, and I'll get you a champion reserve and then a preliminary lineup.
Congratulations, Aliciana. She's your Division 1 champion. That brings back in Cash and Todd. Congratulations, Cash and Todd. He'll be your reserve division champion. We'll now start our sale order.
A very good class, and I think an especially good trio here directly in front of me, and a lot of differences in different kinds, honestly, just in terms of the does that these young ladies bring us. The one that I ultimately land on, as mundane as it might sound, I think is just the most complete, and I know that's pretty simplistic for such quality, but really, from this view right here, in terms of a three-quarter view, is where this one just outhorses the rest of them. Broad-chested, good in the shape of just her forerib and body. She is the best handling and the biggest tipped one. And honestly, after you handle her, I thought, well, she won't proportion up as well as she does. And then she does, ultimately. I think that one, in terms of blending, good, especially to have that wide of a chest, does those things from her neck there into her shoulder. She's not maybe as attractive as another one out here in terms of elevation, but that one proportions and still balances very good. Young lady's done a fine job with her. Congratulations to you, Sugar. Young lady in second brings us one that really, just in terms of substance, I think needs to be second and genuine with. That one compared directly to doe in third is so much more genuine in the way she goes to the surface, naturally bigger hipped. Now, front 1/3 of her, I think the young lady in third has her beat because she wants to get a little straighter about her shoulder, naturally a little shorter necked, and then that kind of is highlighted when we circle them just in terms of how she travels. But standing still, genuine feature, genuine substance, that one just comes with so much more. Young lady in third, I think brings us one that's class leading, especially in terms of some height, the shoulder elevation, and just the attractiveness and kind of elegance that she has from the side. I like that one's hind leg from the side as good as any. From behind, though, she wants to kind of hawk in and concave to the surface. I'll be honest, that one from the side is really more my speed than those that beat you in class, but you just don't come with enough. Just stoutness, and if we could stouten that one up, I know for sure that top trio would be a different story, because I think she's really, really good just in terms of proportions. Young man that's going to be fourth brings us one that's comparable to that goat there, that's exiting the ring in terms of some extension and elevation. Little plainer from the side, doesn't come with just the substance probably and quality look of those does ahead of her. Young lady that rounds out our class here brings us a nice doe, meat and potatoes, if you will, bold and has some dimension. Little plainer looking and gets a little smaller just in terms of her bone work, but a nice class, a fun trio to sort through. My hat's off to these young people.
Congratulations to your Class 3 winner. That went to Ellison Lee of the Elgin 4-H. Second place to Josie Chandler of the Elgin FFA. Third to Aliciana Chavez from Chattanooga. Fourth was Trapper McElhaney. And fifth was Lily Lane. Congratulations to your Class 5 winners. We're now ready to show Class 4 doe goats.
A really good class, and honestly, even though this makes me sound like very much a judging coach, I wish I had my judging team here with me so they could evaluate this class, but probably better that they're in class today since we miss so much school as is. All that aside, though, I think there's a pair of them that surface just in terms of coming with some extras, and then one that needs to win and does so really by a country mile, in my opinion. I'll be honest, when these does circle, it's kind of easy to get critical of this one because she never really grabs another gear, and I wish she did that because I think standing still, angles read right. The set to that one's hind leg is good, and compared to the doe in 2, she's better just in the way her spine lays in her because both of these does come with some genuine width and broadness of chest and the right kind of body shape. And 2, this one is so much neater just in terms of her organization and assembly up front. Congratulations to you, young man. Different kinds of does here in 2 and 3, and front 1/3 is why the young lady here in the light pink probably excels, especially just in the way this one's neck and shoulder and everything is so much more organized in the way it's assembled. She needs to be relaxed just in terms of her spine, and I don't think she travels as good as our class winner just in terms of the set of her hind leg, but that one in terms of some femininity, some angularity, the build and shape of that one's shoulder is better than the fawn-headed doe that's going to stand 3rd. Because full rib back, this one is as good as any in this particular class. Very, very bold. She's really big racked and handles very good. At the same time, though, she comes just a shot chuffy, if you will, in terms of her front end. A little shorter necked, wants to drop there at the base of her chest, and probably didn't come with just the extra bells and whistles, but an awfully nice trio to sort through. Young lady stands forth with a doe that I think represents a lot of good things. Big ribbed and comes with some extra dimension. A little plainer just in terms of her look, a little smaller footed, and kind of ran into a tough class in this particular setting, but a really fun one to sort through. My compliments to your young people. Good job.
Congratulations to your Class 4 winner, Cooper Davidson of the Elgin FFA. 2nd place went to Cooper. 3rd place went to Ava Rojas from Elgin FFA, and 4th to Hunter McElhaney, also from Elgin. Congratulations to your Class 4 winners. We're now ready to show Class 5.
A very good trio as we wrap up what I think is our last class here in the doe show. I think a pair of them that surface, and between them, young lady here in the black shirt brings this one, has the upper hand just in terms of some skeletal quality and build. The way that one's hip is a little longer as she uses her hind leg a shot more flexible compared to the doe there in 2. Still a bit more attractive and elevated up front. A nice doe to win this particular class. Young lady in 2 brings this one that's plenty dimensional. She comes with some extra foot size and body shape reads right. Standing still, though, a little easier to get critical on one that's just a little rounder there in the build of her shoulder, steeper out of her hip, and then in motion, you kind of see that come to light and how she's just a notch shorter stepping. But the young lady's done a fine job with the doe that I think comes with a great deal of substance. Long, extended doe is the young man's and probably superior to the class in that regard. Forfeits some with that just in terms of dimension, but you two have done a fine job. Congratulations to our last 3 doe exhibitors there.
Congratulations to your Class 5 winners. First place went to Lisiana Chavez, Chattanooga. Second place went to Ava Rojas of Elgin. And third to Jason Fairs of Elgin. We're now showing for Division 2. Representing Class 3, we'll need Ellison Lee. Representing Class 4, Cooper Davidson. And representing Class 5, Aliciana Chavez.
Only 3 classes here in this division as we wrap up our doe show, but still a fair amount of quality that I think your county should rightfully be very, very proud of. I think all these class winners represent a good kind of goats that come with some extra dimension and body shape, and really it's not a question of that, and more so just the little things with regard to build and elevation and how they put all that dimension together in what I would consider a more attractive a package compared to some others. I think a variety of ways that a person could go, and really just some personal preferences as it relates to build. Congratulate all these kids here in Division 2 if you would, and I'll get you a cell lineup.
Congratulations, Ellison Lee. That brings in Josie Chandler to show for Reserve Division 2. Congratulations, Cooper Davidson. He'll be a Reserve Division 2. Congratulations. That completes your Division 2 of the Doe Goats. We will now show for your Grand Doe Goat. So that's going to be Aliciana representing Division 1. And representing Division 2 will be Ellison Lee. Our reserve divisions representing Division 1 would be Cash and Todd. Reserve Division 2 will be represented by Cooper Davidson.
Tremendous quality here in both divisions of your Doe Show, and I think young people that you can tell have put the time in at home to present these things to a very, very high degree. I'll probably say it again before the day's done, but county fairs are special because it allows for things like this. Parents and grandparents, aunts and uncles to come watch, and so I would challenge you to not forget the sentimentality of a county fair and amidst all the things that a county fair is. With that, I think we have two division winners and then some reserves that bring a fair share of quality. I tell my judging teams all the time that good ones come in different shapes and sizes. They come in for sure just different packages, and that's completely okay. I think we have 3 or 4 of them here that really rise to the contention, especially blending the right kind of build with the substance and genuine width that I'm looking for. Congratulate all of our Doe exhibitors, and I'll show you my favorites.
Congratulations, Aliciana Chavez. She'll be your Grand Doe today. Reserve went to Ellison Lee, representing Division 2. Bronze would be Cooper Davidson out of Division 2. We need Genesis immediately from Indiahoma. If you're from Indiahoma, can you get Genesis over here now?
Solid little class as we begin our weather show here, and I think one that just in terms of look and build and proportions needs to win. I think this weather the young lady brings us in terms of height, the shoulder, that one's build, especially as they circle, is superior. Not necessarily perfect, just in terms of some levelness, but compared to its contemporaries out here, elevation, roundness of body, all those things check a lot of boxes. Congratulations to you. Close between 2 and 3 because they're different kinds of weathers. I do land on just the more youthful one that I think comes a notch better touching, a little firmer and fresher. This one too is a little squarer, just in more genuine in how he uses his rear leg. Congratulations to you, young man. Really a stout weather is going to land third, a big-footed one, broad-chested, or really opened up and as big-hipped as anything in this class. Difference is he wants to kind of deviate right behind his shoulder, but because of that, because he's bigger, just in the shape of his shoulder and gets a little steeper out of his hip, all kind of comes together for a plainer look compared to those weathers directly ahead of him. Young man that's going to round out our first class here brings us one good in terms of just a center rib and body, a little plainer looking and comes a bit more fragile everywhere you study him. A nice class though. Congratulations to all 4 of those young people.
Congratulations to your Class 1 winner, Aliciana Chavez. Second place went to Isaac New of the Sterling 4-H. Third went to Jacob New of the Sterling FFA. And fourth was also Isaac New of the Sterling 4-H. We are now ready to show Class 2 Weather Goats. Without sponsors, shows like these are not possible. We're thankful for our sponsors today, Ag Defense Risk Management, Dustin and Jennifer Davidson, and Sterling Ag Boosters. As you see these people, please give them a handshake and thank them for their donation and sponsorships of the shows.
Up the ante here, just in regard to numbers and probably some top end quality as well. I think the weather here directly in front of me wins and kind of sticks out like a sore thumb, in my opinion. Just in terms of dimension, the right kind of body shape. That guy's big in his jump muscle. He's good just in terms of his build. That's a nice weather to win. Close between 2 and 3 because the goats are so different. I do land on probably just some more skeletal quality and look found in the young lady here directly in front of me. That weather's really tall at the point of his shoulder. You can tell he reads with quality just in terms of his look when she gets him propped up like that from the side. Difference is he reads a little shallower in terms of his body. He doesn't progress as well, and that takes away from what I think is very good. The top line balance and the way he uses his rear skeleton, that's a good goat that looks just like has been set back kind of recently. But in terms of handle, that one too is as good as any. Young man, it's going to be third, brings us a weather. In terms of market, market fundamentals, frankly, is very, very good. Full rib back, that thing handles very good. Rack shape is good, and that's what keeps him over the weather here in 3. A little bit trimmer there over his body wall. Difference is a rounder there in the build of his shoulder, a little lower fronted, and kind of lower set compared to either of those goats in 1 and 2. But he's done a fine job and good job feeding one that comes with a very, very good handle. Young lady kind of in the pinstriped shirt over here to my left brings this one very opened up, broad-chested, and pretty good in terms of just his forerib and midrib. A little softer to the touch, especially there just over his body wall. That kind of correlates to a plainer look from the side. Young man done a fine job of hanging tough with the weather that got a little testy there. A flexible one that I think comes with some extra length and extension. Need to freshen that guy up to rise him here in this particular class. But my compliments and hats off to all your young people.
Some results out of Class 2. First place went to Josie Chandler from the Elgin FFA. Second to Isabella Burns of the Elgin FFA. Third went to Jacob New from Sterling. Fourth went to Vivian Kakesha. And fifth went to Isaac New from Sterling. Congratulations to your Class 2 winners. We're now showing for Division 1 champion.
Very good. 2 classes here in our first division. I think Class 1 will come with quality, but still, I think when you bring him back out here, our Class 2 winner kind of rises to the surface himself. That'll be your champion here in this particular division. Congratulate your kids, and I'll line up the rest of them.
Congratulations to Josie Chandler. She'll be your Division 1 winner. Congratulations to your reserve Division 1. That went to Elisiana Chavez. We are now showing for Division 1 sale order. Congratulations to all those Division 1 showmen. We are now ready to show for Division 2. Class 3 Division 2 be the first class of Division 2. There'll be 5 head in this class. We missed thanking some sponsors yesterday during our swine show. We'd just like to thank all those sponsors: Adam and Sarah Wyatt, Ag Defense Risk Management, All-America Bank of Medicine Park, Brad and Jamie Wolf, Estate Sales by Charlie Jones, Fisher Harvesting, LLC, Good Times Gear, Representative Tony Hasenbach, Southwest GMC, Oliver Kearns, Sterling Ag Boosters, Southwest GMC, and Thomas and Barbara Malave. Thank you so much to those sponsors. As you see them, give them a handshake and tell them thank you. Without them, these shows would not be possible.
An interesting little class, and really just in the way that it comes together, because there's so many different kinds out here. And I'll land on one that I know beyond a shadow of a doubt is the best one in this particular class. But boy, in motion, I wish you could change this one and make him just a shot more attractive, especially up front. Fortunate for him, he's got a really good showman, and she does a good job of showing those holes out of him. I think in terms of handle, this one's body shape, and really just the way he comes the freshest, and still yet, even though there's pieces about his look that I'd sure like to tweak, that is the best balanced one that I thought won by a country mile in this class. Congratulations to her. Gets close between 2 and 3 because there's differences between them and things I need to tweak about each of them. I do land on the young lady here in the black shirt. I think she brings this one a notch trimmer, a notch just more attractive, especially in terms of some youthfulness. In motion, I wish we could keep this one just a shot more elevated there about the base of his chest, but really in terms of coming with some extra extension, he does those things to a bit higher of a degree than the young lady that's going to land in third. Young lady stays in third because she brings us a really good touching one. That thing has been fed very well, and I think in motion has some advantages in terms of staying very collected. At the same time, a little rounder there in the build of his shoulder, and because of that, maybe a notch plainer from the side, but a heavy muscled goat that comes with some feature and is very, very fresh. You've done a good job showing that one. Congratulations to you as well. Young man that's going to be fourth corrects kind of some flaws that we need to change in this little weather. Probably naturally a little taller fronted, a little longer necked, but from the side, it doesn't progress as well. They're probably back into his flank and takes away just from his image. But you two have done a nice job, young man. Young man that rounds out our class here, broad-chested, a dimensional goat that I thought got a little softer to the touch and kind of exacerbated when he wants to deviate. Just a notch behind his shoulder there. Nice class and interesting one to sort through. My compliments to these kiddos.
Good job. Congratulations to your class. 3 winner, first place went to Emery Lee from the Elgin FFA. Second to Aubrey Chandler of Elgin FFA. Third went to Krista Creel from Cash. Fourth went to Jacob New from the Sterling FFA. And fifth to Mason Kakesh from Cash. Congratulations to all your Class 3 winners. We're now ready to show Class 4, Division 2. There will be 3 head in this class. At the completion of this, we'll show for division. At the completion of the goat show, we'll go straight into goat showmanship, starting with Pee-wee, which is anyone who has not shown in the junior show today. At the completion of Pee-wee, we'll go into junior, intermediate, and senior.
Nice trio that I think falls together pretty quickly because the young man brings us one that I think represents a lot of good. I won't rattle on too long. I think that one in this setting is the stoutest one, the best looking one that comes with some extra bells and whistles. Congratulations to you. Closer between 2 and 3 goats that are kind of cut from the same cloth, if you will. At the end of the day, the young lady's whether here in the blue comes with just a shot more skeletal width and probably genuine muscle shape. Doesn't quite have the attractiveness of the winner, but you've done a fine job, sweetheart. A long extended goat comes in the goat in third, and the young lady in the yellow doing a fine job of showing this one. Forfeit some just in terms of some muscle and genuine width, but a nice trio there as we wrap up our weather show. Congratulations to these kiddos.
Congratulations to your Class 4 winner. That went to Easton Lee from Elgin FFA. Second went to Briley Burrs from the Lawton FFA, and third also went to Briley from Lawton. Congratulations to those Class 3 winners. We are now showing for Division 2, representing Class 1, Emory Lee from the Elgin FFA, and representing Class 2, Easton Lee of the Elgin FFA.
Same story here in Division 2. I think a great deal of quality in both of our classes. I do think there's one comes just a bit stouter featured, a bit more attractive, especially just assembly up front. I like the weather that won that last class quite a bit. He'll go ahead and win this division. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to Easton Lee. He'll be your champion Division 2. Congratulations to Emory Lee. She will be your reserve Division 2. Congratulations to those division winners. We're now showing for sale order. We now are going to show for our grand weather goat, representing Division 1. Champion Division 1 was Josie Chandler. Champion Division 2 was Easton Lee. Reserve division out of Division 1 is Feliciana Chavez. Reserve Division 2 was Emory Lee.
A lot of quality could be found here in our weather show and indicative of the 8 young people that we have back out here, and especially these division champions. I think both goats that rose to the top of their respective divisions in a pretty quick fashion. And when you compare the two of them and talk about picking a champion in reserve, I think it gets close because they're different kinds of goats and similar in some regards in terms of just covering fundamentals. But when you break them down, very, very different. I think a person I could argue either one of them starting. I'll just tell you what I see. I think if you side with some sheer dimension and an incredible handle, a big jump muscle, a ton of just lower leg, then you prefer D1. That one, I think, full rib back is as good as anything that we've seen today. Difference is that the build of his shoulder isn't quite as ideal. Need to set that one and relax him back in terms of his knee, and I think that's highlighted when we circle these things, and that's why I did it just a few times. A good showman, though, that tries to show it out of him, been fed very well, and like I mentioned, full rib back, I like that one quite a great deal. Young man out of the second division brings us one that comes probably with the same kind of handle, maybe not as big just in terms of his jump muscle and all those things, and lower leg and stifle, but that makes sense because the muscle is just a bit more elongated and comes a bit taller. That's what aids probably a better look from the side. More so than anything, I do think this one a little naturally better in the angle of his shoulder, more relaxed there in his knee. So close, because that one forfeits maybe just some raw shape and muscle, but gives advances in terms of just skeletal quality. And so all that aside, I think a very, very good division, or very good weather show, excuse me, and very good division champions. Congratulate our weather showmen, and I'll line up our weather show.
Congratulations, Easton Lee, your grand weather. Congratulations, Josie Chandler, to be reserve weather for today. Your bronze weather goes to Emery Lee of the Elgin FFA. Congratulations to all of our weather showmen. Give us just a second to get reset from sale order, and we'll go into Pee Wee showmanship. In our Pee Wee showmanship today, it will be anyone 3rd grade and under who has not shown in the junior show today. Juniors is 3rd through 6th grade. Intermediate is 7th through 9th. Senior is 10th to 12th. At the completion of showmanship, we'll take a 5-ish minute break so she can jump in a couple backdrops before we start sheep show. If you are planning on doing the doe fitting contest, please come to the table at this time so that we can get you accounted for. If you are planning on doing doe fitting contest, we need to know at this time.
I think this is by quite some margin will be my toughest job of the day, maybe until we get to Pee Wee sheep showmanship later on. I always say I love showmanship, but it is the hardest thing for me to do because I have a 3-year-old nephew at home. He probably won't ever show a goat. He's not calm enough to do that. We better chase around a pig or something. But I have a soft spot for young people. My favorite part of judging shows is asking Pee-wees just talking to him. I always learn so much. Young lady is a bit more bashful. She's an intense showman. I like that about her. Beyond her years in terms of how we're trying to get a good brace and making sure. The young man, however, he's a talker. Never met a stranger. He said, "Do you like my haircut?" And I said, "Yes, I love a little guy in a nice high and tight." He then told the crowd that, goat was a little heavy, and he probably does have him out-horsed in terms of weight, but he's doing a very nice job in his fancy little blue boots out here. Congratulate both of these tiny little showmen with a big round of applause, and I'll get you a champion.
Congratulations to your champion Pee Wee showman, Hannah Kurtzinger. That completes our Pee Wee goat showmanship for the day. All showmanship buckles will be given at the luncheon on Friday.
Increased probably our level of intensity and competition out here in our first group, and I think all kiddos that have done an excellent job. I think when you have showmanship at the end of a show, really highlights the fact that showmanship really begins the first time you enter the ring, regardless of when your specific showmanship class is. And so enjoyed watching all four of these exhibitors throughout our goat show today. With that being said, I think when it comes down to picking a champion, one, very, very intense, ring aware, perfectionist probably in terms of feet placement, and does things beyond her years, like just the poise and class that she has. I think the young lady there in the pink wins this still pretty fair and square. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to your junior showman. That was Ellison Lee from the Elgin 4-H. I think I got that one right. Someone correct me if I have a wrong name on that one. I think I have it right. We are ready to move into intermediate showmanship.
ultra competitive group of intermediate showmen that we have out here, and all doing a very good job, and especially with regard just to covering fundamentals, and that could be said all day. I think a lot about showmanship is so much first impressions and making a strong one. I think statistically speaking, you establish a first impression within the first 30 seconds of entering the ring, and that really remains true, especially when we think about selecting a champion of this particular group. I think all the kids are, like I said, doing a nice job, maybe from time to time, just not as intense as our champion, or maybe not as quick and systematic in how they get their goats set up. I do think our champion sets herself apart just with regards to some class, some poise, a tremendous amount of ring presence, and doing things in a very quick and driven kind of fashion.
Just a reminder, there will be a 5-10-ish minute break in between goats and sheep so that our judge can jump in a backdrop if needed, take a picture, and then we'll roll into sheep.
No shortage of competition here as we conclude our goat show with this last division of showmen. I think all definitely check boxes in terms of showmanship fundamentals. You can tell that they've put their work in at home. With that, I do think it becomes a bit of a three-horse race between the young man up front. He's done a very good job, especially very smooth showman, kind of discreet, and make sure he has that goat set at all time. Every now and again, you can catch him maybe with his front foot off, or maybe not getting probably the most out of that goat, but I like just your smoothness and ring presence. Young man here directly in front of me in the pink shirt, another one that I think rises to contention in terms of intensity, making sure we're getting the most out of that doe at all times. He too, a very, very smooth showman that I think does a fine job. Young lady here at the back of the line, I think worth a mention as well in terms of intensity. She gets a good brace every single time. Her goat goat maybe wanted to be a little testy and kind of get fidgety there at the tail end of things, but I like just how she hung with him and the intensity and ring presence that she has. Not to discredit the other young people out here, I would challenge you just to continue working hard at home to kind of fine-tune some skills, but as you exit, please know that I'm very, very proud of you, and I want you to keep showing goats. Let's congratulate our senior showman here, and I'll shake the hand of your champion.
Champion senior showmanship goes to Cooper Davidson. Congratulations, Cooper. That completes our goat show for the day. We're going to take just a very short break, grab some pictures, and then we'll get started with our ewe show. If you are planning on doing the doe fitting contest, you have 5 more minutes to sign up. We will close doe fitting sign-ups in 5 minutes. right, we are ready to get started in our show today. Lamb show. We're starting ewes. Here we go. One of those things. Okay. There's 3 single entries. We're all going to show all these Southdowns together for breed.
Young ladies, bring us 3 nice Southdown ewe lambs as we begin our sheep show. They're each single entries, like she mentioned there, so I'll talk about each of them just briefly by themselves. Young lady up front out of our first class, I think brings this one that you'll love in terms of just her body shape and the pin width that she has. It's a good touching one that I think when you get them propped up balances very, very well. In motion, I think you can get critical. I'd like to relax her there just in terms of her spine and make her flex her hock just a skosh better, but I like that one in terms of dimension and handle for sure. Young lady here out of the second class, different kind. I love that one just in terms of angles, the way she blends. Such a long neck, and I'm usually not one to get super excited about a long neck, but really, really high out of the top side of her shoulder. Very collected in motion, very good skinned, and just handles like a dream. Young lady done a nice job of showing her as well. Young lady out of our last class here, really stout. Southdown kind of exemplifies, you know, what we expect from this breed. Bold in terms of just the turn and curvature there of her body. Big hipped. She's got a bit more age on her, I would say, than these other two. Evident there about the base of her chest and how she comes with maybe a notch plainer of a look on a comparative basis. But 3 ewe lambs that I think could have withstood some competition. Young lady there out of the second class will have your champion Southdown. Young lady up front will be reserve. Young lady here in the back will be bronze. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your breed champion Southdown. Went to Kennedy Phillips from the Cash FFA. Reserve went to Caitlin Mull. All 3 were class winners. Congratulations to those Southdown winners. We are now ready to go into our Dorset breed. There will be 4 in the breed.
Another good class here, and I think 4 sheep that represent a lot of good. There is a pair of them that I think rise to the top pretty quickly, and even in doing so, the young lady here in the floral shirt brings us a ewe lamb that I think just needs to win, especially a 3/4 view and hands-on, really fresh, just in the shape of a rack compared directly to that ewe in second. So much bolder and square in terms of her upper hip, more lower leg and stifle. Is she probably is neat looking, probably up front as the ewe in second? No, but that ewe balances and a good showman that I think got a lot out of her. Congratulations to you on a good sheep there. A young lady in 2 brings us one that from the side I like a great deal. I think this one blends very, very well from her shoulder there into her forerib. Probably not, it is just robust midrib, and probably just upper hip isn't as square and true as our class winner. And then when you get your hands on them, not to call the sheep soft by any stretch of the imagination, but just a little thicker pelted and probably doesn't handle just as fresh as our winner. But a good sheep there that I thought give her a run for her money for sure. Tall-shouldered, really extended ewe coming in next. Young lady done a nice job with one that's pretty good in terms of just a progression down low from her sternum back. A little smaller footed, doesn't come with just a substance of those ewe lambs ahead. Same could be said for the young lady that's going to round out our class here. Nice job with an extended ewe. I like just the extra growth and visual performance. A little narrower from behind. Just need to give her a shot more bulk. Nice class. Real good ewe lamb there up top. Congratulations to these kids.
Congratulations to your class winner and breed champion, Remington Bar Metler. Reserve went to Kinley Wallace. Second place out of that class from Cash FFA. Third went to Allie Runyon, and fourth to Genesis Strife. Congratulations to those breed champions, to that Dorset breed. We're now ready to show the 2 hamps for breed and reserve.
Two hamp ewe lambs here, these young ladies bring us, and so they'll be a champion and reserve hamp ewe respectively. Coincidentally, I'm going to leave them in the order that they enter the ring and lead off, kind of with this darker legged ewe here to my far right. I think brings this one so much bolder, just in the turn of her body, bigger hipped, and comes a bit more progressive there back into her rear rib and flank. Still a balanced ewe, not the niftiest one in the world up front, but that sheep still proportions and does so comparatively with just more bulk and spread. Young lady going to be second, brings us a big-footed ewe that comes maybe with some extra bells and whistles in terms of feature. I like that one in terms of just the way her spine lays in her. And I think naturally that ewe balances, but she'd sure balance a little better if we kind of dropped her there in terms of her flank. I think that would piece everything together just a bit better. And then she too forfeits some substance that we find there in our class winner. The young lady's done a nice job with the ewe that I think represents still a lot of good. Congratulations to our Hampshire exhibitors here.
Congratulations to your class winner and breed champion, Cadence Spears from Comanche County 4-H. Reserve and second place out of that class went to Bristol Monroe from Indiahoma FFA. Congratulations to our Hampshire breed. We are now ready to show the single Suffolk for breed.
Young lady brings us a nice single entry Suffolk ewe that I think could have withstood a little bit of competition because she does a lot of things right in terms of running uphill, coming with some extra just balance and eye appeal from the side. Let's put our hands together for this young lady and her champion Suffolk.
Congratulations to your champion Suffolk. That went to Bristol Monroe. We are now going to show 4 breed commercial. There are 3 commercial ewe lambs. Oh, excuse me, I apologize. We're going to start with Class 1. Division 1, Class 1, commercial ewe lambs. Correction again, I'm really messing up today. It's the 3rd day, we're just trying to survive at this point. We are going to do papered sale order. Papered sale order.
Bring these purebred breed champions and then a few of them respective reserves back out here to line up our purebred sheep here before we move into our commercial ewes. I think a lot of quality, maybe not the biggest numbers, but some quality sheep that do a lot of things right, all the way from our south down to our Suffolk here. When it comes down to picking a champion in reserve, I guess that there's 2 of them that come just a bit more my speed in terms of body shape and the right kind of just dimension and width, and then still put it together with a sporty and kind of athletic little look. Congratulate this first portion of our ewe exhibitors, and we'll get you a cell lineup.
Congratulations, Remington Bar Metler. Pierce. Congratulations, Cadence Pierce. Congratulations, Kinley Wallace from the Cash FFA.
all kinds of kinds represented here in our first class of commercials. I do lead off with the young lady's black face ewe. I think just in terms of skeletal quality, coming shot more flexible and better just in terms of her angles. She does those things. Then couple that with the fact that that's naturally just the stoutest and most dimensional one, I thought needed to win pretty quickly. Young lady here directly in front of me is going to be second. I think brings this a ewe bold in terms of her center body, big-footed, a little shorter hipped and more compact off of either end, and that's kind of what kept her second. Young lady's hair sheep is going to be third. I think forfeits some in terms of dimension, but doesn't with regard to some elevation and extension. Nice little class there. Congratulations to all three of those gals. Really, really good class of commercial use here. And I think a close pair between the two of them that these young men bring, and really splitting hairs in terms of some dimension. I think representing just good quality sheep. Young man up front does have my favorite though, especially just in the genuine shape of that one's forerib. That's what facilitates just naturally just a bigger rack. She's bolder in terms of just her upper hip and comes with just more punch everywhere you study her. In motion though is
is where I knew this one had to win. Her spine lays in her better. She uses her hind leg a bit more aesthetically because her hock is a bit more flexible. Maybe she doesn't come with the extra just fuzz, but genuine foot size is still there. Good you. Congratulations to him. Young man, I like just the work you've done at home. She's as fuzzy as you can have one. At the same time, though, I think that one comes, really fresh to the touch. She's clipped with some surgicals there. Good in terms of just her handle. And that one progresses right from her sternum there back into her flank. She doesn't blend it together quite as well. Wants to concave just a bit about the very base of her body, probably genuinely narrow or chested, and then wants to taper out towards her dock just a little. But I think that's getting critical on a really good sheep that you've done a fine job with. Congratulations to you. Young lady over here on the far side is going to stand third with a really good one. I think that one run into a tough race because 3/4 view of that sheep's good. Broad-chested, big hipped. It comes with just some extra substance. Gives up a little in terms of look. A little rounder there about the base of her shoulder. Plainer and maybe starting to show some age in some areas. But you've done a fine job of trying to show that out of her. Young lady with kind of the natural appearing you here is going to round out our class. Extended and probably might be the tallest fronted sheep in this particular class. 3/4 view wants to flatten down low and taper just a little too much for me. Fun class, especially top pair to sort through there. My hat's off to these kiddos.
Congratulations to your Class 2 winner. First place went to Maverick Barmettler. Second to Hunter McElhaney. Third went to Serenity Pierce. And fourth to Bristol Monroe. Let's catch up on some results out of Class 1. First place went to Addison Monroe. Second to Caitlin Mull. Third to Genesis Strife. We are now showing for Division 1 representing Class 1. We need Addison Monroe. Representing Class 2 is Maverick Barmettler.
Thought a really good 2 classes here in our first division of commercials. And thought not to discredit our initial class here, but I thought we really upped the ante just in terms of quality in the second class. I don't really see any need in splitting that pair of ewe lambs up for champion and reserve here in the division. Let's congratulate that pair of young men out of our second class for their champion and reserve.
Congratulations to Maverick Barmettler being your Division 1 champion. Reserve division came out of that same class. Congratulations, Hunter.
Another good class of commercial ewes and differences amongst this initial pair that I think surface for very, very different reasons. I had to catch myself there. I could get critical of each of these sheep in a spot or two because I think at the end of the day, though, there's the young man's ewe comes with so much more. She's more genuine, especially just in terms of her width. Shape of that one's forerib is a notch better. Very, very good touching. And it's probably the best handling sheep that I've seen so far today. She's not probably the most elevated one, and maybe in terms of just genuine height, that's where the young lady in 2 standing still has her beat. But that sheep does proportion better, even though she comes a notch more compact. I think she's naturally better about the base of her chest, especially when you set her into motion, and probably stays a notch more collected in that regard. He's done a fine job. Congratulations to him. I think the young lady in 2 brings us one that gives you a strong first impression, especially when you get them stuck. That sheep is good in the way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder there, and I think she reads very, very level. 3/4 view, wants to concave, especially there just about the base of her forerib, kind of correlates to naturally just a narrower chest, and then wants to taper out through her dock. More so than that, though, in motion, I think that sheep really wants to drop her chest, and I wish she'd grab another gear in terms of how she uses her rear leg, but you two have done a nice job. Congratulations to you. Young lady on the far side brings you one that kind of resembles our class winner in terms of just bulk and substance. A big-footed one that spans with a lot of dimension. Got to tweak this one just in terms of her skeleton. She kind of wants to camp her hind leg up underneath her there, and sure like to just clean her up front, if you will. But she does come with just more substance than the young lady coming in next, who, yes, kind of complements the flaws of the one that directly precedes her. Tall at the point of her shoulder, very elevated there about the base of her chest, and I like that one's hind leg. 3/4 view, though, I was skeptic if she had enough. Wants to just get a little flatter everywhere you study her. If you give that one just a shot more, just bulk and spread, I think she moves up a spot or two. You two have done a very nice job. Same could be said here for the young lady there in the red ruffle shirt. Brings us a nice ewe, highly presented. I like that one in terms of just her handle. We need to give her just a shot more dimension, sweetheart, but you two have done a nice job. A lot of lower leg and stifle found in the little ewe lamb that rounds out our class here. A young lady hung tough with one that wanted to be a little bit cantankerous, and that's completely okay. Would like to alter that one just in terms of just her build. Nice class, real good pair of sheep up top there. Congratulations to these young people.
Congratulations to your Class 3 winner. First place went to Madden Bar Metler. Second to Kaylee Tanner. Third to Mary Beth. Fourth went to Colby Wallace. Fifth went to Marley Miller. And sixth to Bailey Rankins. We are now ready to show Class 4 commercial lambs.
Really, really good way to wrap up our commercials here. And I think, and even though the class is good, there's one that wins. And so, very, very comfortably in my mind, I don't see probably needed to rattle on probably the list of reasons that this thing does right. I think that's a good sheep that puts a lot of good together and won this class pretty comfortably. Congratulations to you. Kind of closer, if you will, between 2 and 3. I think a young lady that's going to stand second brings us a very good sheep that ran in to just a powerhouse class winner there. The sheep's elevated up front. I like how she runs uphill and proportions very, very well. Good showman that kind of highlights that. Doesn't come just as burly in terms of just her muscle. She's not as big racked and just forfeits some in that regard. But as an individual, she too is a very, very good sheep. Congratulations to you. Young lady, it's going to be third. Brings us a nice, just kind of no holes, a complete little ewe lamb. I like the way this one transitions there from her forerib back into a pretty bold midrib and flank. She's big pinned, runs into a tough race in terms of look from the side, and I think that's probably where she forfeits some in motion. I'd sure like to tweak her hind leg, but you've done a nice job showing her, sweetheart. Congratulations to you. Young lady on the far side brings us a really stout one, big-footed one that I think comes with a lot of dimension, pretty dynamic just in her progression of width, comes a little lower fronted, maybe not with just the attractiveness found in those sheep ahead, but you two, my hat's off to you. Young lady, it's run to round out our class here, a tall fronted sheep that's good just in terms of the way her spine lays in her, like just the flexibility that this one offers, starting to show maybe some age in some areas, not as youthful as her contemporaries, and with that gives up probably just some freshness, but a nice class with an awfully good class winner. Congratulations to all of these young people.
Congratulations to your Class 4 winner. First place went to Lorraine Cox from Elgin FFA. Second went to Kaylee Tanner. Third to Carly Roney. Fourth went to Divine Lamb. And fifth went to Ali Runyon. Congratulations. We are now ready to show for Division II champion.
Two classes, but an immense amount of quality in our second division of commercial ewes, and I think a lot of quality represented here on this front line of sheep. Though both good sheep in their own right, I think still one, in my opinion, that sticks out like a sore thumb in terms of just organization and attractiveness up front, putting it together with just a shot more look. Young lady there out of the second class will win this division. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to your division winner. That went to Lorraine Cox. Reserve division went to Madden Barmettler. Congratulations to your Division II lineup. We are now ready to show for your Grand Commercial U. Representing Division I, we will need Maverick Barmettler, and representing Division II will be Larae Cox.
Probably sound like a broken record in telling you that I thought your commercial U's were very good. I think that there's 3 of them out here really in contention. It gets close. In my mind, I think a champion, a commercial, pretty clear cut, and a little closer in terms of reserve. If you would please, I'll kind of keep it brief, but let's congratulate our commercial exhibitors and we'll line them up. I need Mary Beth's commercial back in the ring.
Okay, they've corrected me 3 times. You know, we're just trying to survive here. We are showing now for Grand Weather. Grand U. Wow, can't get it right, can I? Grand U. We are showing the Grand U. So we need. There will be yet another sale order, so please do not leave the premises of right here so that we can get it right. So you want the grand papered. Who was the grand papered? Oh, Remington. Okay, so we need just a second. Okay. Cashin's going to line you up.
I'll keep my comments brief here. I feel like it's the year of the ewe lamb in my world, at least. We run some ewes at the school farm, and I think all I've had is ewes this year. So that's fresh on my mind because I left college kids to man some ewes that were lambing and left yesterday. Your ewe show's been very, very good. I would tell you, congratulate your kids and make sure you appreciate the value that you have here at a county fair at that. I think our champion is an exceptional sheep that does a lot of things right, and it gets pretty close for reserve, and I think you could go a variety of ways. There comes down to kind of some personal preference things, especially just with regards to build. If you would please congratulate your ewe exhibitors with a big round of applause, and we'll line them up for the sale.
Congratulations, Lorraine Cox. She'll be your grand champion ewe lamb. Congratulations, Maverick Barmettler. He'll be your reserve champion ewe lamb. Congratulations, Remington Barmettler. She'll be your bronze ewe lamb. We are now showing for overall sale order. Okay, we need to take a 15-minute break to get all of these ewes out. We're starting at 2 o'clock. We will start weathers at 2 p.m.
Very good trio of Southdown weathers as we begin our Market Lamb show here. And I think a pair of them that surface very different kinds of sheep. And I think both need tweaked in their build. And ultimately, that's why I decided just to side with the extra body shape and just sheer bulk and really just spread of the weather here to my far right. I think that one, in terms of the shape of his fore and midrib, is superior compared to this little weather in second. A little bigger hipped and comes with just more lower leg. I wish we could elevate him up front and change his rear leg just a skosh, but that sheep still balances decent when you get him stuck. Perhaps if you preferred the slight advantage and maybe some elevation of this little weather in second, I wouldn't argue with you. I think in doing so, you might forfeit some genuine body shape and probably some stoutness from behind. This little guy wants to get flat or kind of down low and concave just a skosh. The young lady has done a fine job with him. A young lady that rounds out our class here, tall fronted, extended weather. Oh, there we go. Tall fronted, extended weather that I think does some things right in terms of proportions from the side. Ran out of gas just in terms of power and mass, but a nice class there. Congratulations to all three of those gals.
Congratulations. Results out of Class 1 went to Macy Nunley. Second went to Serenity Pierce. And third to Kennedy Phillips.
Ironically, going to leave these sheep in the order that they enter the ring and lead off with this weather here to my far right. I think comparatively, maybe just a notch stouter everywhere you study him, rounder in just the shape of his body and a little fresher to the touch, like just the stature and visual performance of the young man's weather. Extended one that I think just forfeits some with regard to muscle, but a nice pair of them. My compliments to both of these kids.
Results out of Class 2. First place went to Blakely Livingston. Second to Ben Kinder.
Some good sheep here in our South Downs, and I think we started with a very, very strong class, and not to discredit the two exhibitors here out of the last class, but I thought there was a pair of weathers that were pretty close. I don't see really any need to split them up. They'll go ahead and be your champion and reserve South Down respectively.
Congratulations to your breed champion, Southdown. Went to Macy Nunley, reserved to Serenity Pierce.
A good class, and especially a fun trio to sort through and kind of dynamics of it. Give a gal the liberty to do some things in terms of just personal preference, and really from the side is where I like to do that, and that's where I think the young ladies' weather wins. And in emotion, I think highlighted especially. Sheep's naturally just more elevated and organized up front. Shape of that one's shoulder is quite a bit smoother, remains more collected in motion. His hind legs a great deal more flexible and just secure in the way he plants it to the surface. Compared to the sheep in two, I think just so much more attractive, and then still comes with the right kind of muscle shape, a good touch in one that's really good hided as well. Congratulations to her. Now, foot size, probably a overly burly kind of look, rest in 2 and 3, honestly. The sheep are cut from the same cloth in terms of just the substance that they offer. If anything, I'd tell you that sheep in 3rd was just a bit stouter and more shapely in some areas. Sheep in 2, though, I thought's really, really good in that regard. Big racked and pretty big hipped. He's pretty uncoordinated, though, in how he uses his rear leg. I didn't think he was quite as neat in how his shoulder was built either. 3/4 view, if you just stay there, then I like the sheep in 3rd, and he probably from behind wins the class easy, because that thing is very, very broad. Regardless of where you study him, he's as big in his upper hip as anything that we've probably seen today. Naturally, though, a little shorter neck, a little lower fronted, a little straighter, and just more robotic in how he uses his rear leg. But I thought a fun trio to kind of sort through. Young lady over here to my left now, I think ran into a tough race, because she brings us a sheep that does a lot of things right. That sheep's dynamic, progressive, just in the way he transitions from pretty elevated front into what one would usually consider quite a bit of muscle. I would never call that sheep flat by any stretch of the margin of the imagination. Just in this, comparatively, I thought ran out of gas, especially in terms of just lower leg, a little smaller footed, maybe doesn't come with just as many out there pieces. We do a fine job of getting one stuck. Young lady coming in next there in the leopard shirt brings us a dimensional sheep, a robust, round bodied. He's a little softer to the touch. She did a nice job trying to get a good brace when I went to handle. Naturally pushing too much cover there over just his body wall, and kind of that correlates to a little plainer look. Young lady that rounds out our class here, a trim one. It comes with some expression. Need to make that one just more comfortable in motion. A nice class. Congratulations to all these young people.
Congratulations to your Class 1 Southdown winner, Kaylee Tanner. 2nd went to Madden Barmettler from Comanche County 4-H. 3rd went to Remington Barmettler. 4th was Remington again. 5th was Macy Dunley. And 6th was Colby Wallace. Congratulations to those winners. We're now ready for Class 2.
Another good class of Hampshires here, and I think a really nice weather to win. Right in terms of just body shape, as big hipped as anything I've probably seen so far in the weather show at least, and I think still very attractive in motion, I would say, where that sheep kind of surpasses the rest of them. A good sheep to go ahead and win. Young lady in the leopard shirt there brings us a nice complete weather, honestly. Sheep balances, sheep's got muscle and he handles good, and you do a fine job of showing him. Little aesthetic things, though, I think a little forward there about his breastplate and probably forfeited just the extra aesthetic and kind of look of our class winner. But I like your shirt and I like your sheep a great deal. Congratulations to you. Young lady on the far side of the ring in the green there, doing a nice job with a big-footed wether. It's pretty stout. At the same time, a little plainer from the side. And probably the same could be said for the young lady that rounds out our class here. Those sheep, honestly, are kind of cut from the same cloth in terms of being big-footed and dimensional. Just piecier in just the package that they come in. Nice class, real good class winner.
Congratulations to your Class 2 winner. That was Lorraine Cox. Second place was Macklin Hobart. Third went to Addison Monroe, and fourth to Bristol Monroe. Congratulations to your Class 2 exhibitors. We're now ready to show Class 3 Hamp Weathers.
Yet again, 4 quality sheep here, and I don't know as though there's one that just reaches out and grabs you and says, I have to win, but I do think the most complete one that puts the most good together is the young man's weather here to my right. That one is very stout, very good touching, bigger hipped, and in motion, even though I don't necessarily think this one's perfect, spine is a notch more relaxed, and it allows just for a more aesthetic kind of step there out of his rear leg, but I like to just smoothen him and tied him up in terms of his front end organization. Sheep still balances though. He's stout, and he's stout everywhere you study him. Congratulations to him. Young lady that's going to be second brings this one standing still. I like a great deal. This one too, very, very fresh to the touch, highly presented. In motion, that sheep's spine wants to kind of creep up. She does a nice job trying to show it out of him there. But naturally, spine kind of wants to go up, and hind leg gets a little uncoordinated just in how he uses it. But a heavy muscled, shapely one.
on that's really fresh to the touch. Congratulations to you. Young lady on the far side was first to enter the ring with kind of a dark-legged sheep that leaves a firm and really good impression because that sheep wedges in the right direction. That one is very flexible, and I like that one standing still. At the same time, I think compared to those other sheep, a little flatter, probably in the shape of your forearm, and just plainer in terms of body shape. I'm not one too big on blade length, but probably a longer bladed sheep, and that kind of correlated to a plainer look. Different kind of sheep's going to round out our class. Long, tall, lots of things in terms of visual performance. From this view right here, buddy, gets a little narrower compared to some others out here, but you did a nice job. Let's put our hands together for these young people as they exit.
Results out of Class 3. First place went to Carl Hobart, Comanche County 4-H. Second went to Adam Link Fail from Lawton FFA. Third went to Vivian Kikesh from Cash. And fourth to Wesley Strife from Indiahoma. Congratulations to those class winners. We are now showing Class 4 Hamp Weathers.
A good class and get into some sheep. They're probably starting to show a little bit of age in some areas, and really that and just coming a notch more youthful is where I think the young lady here in the red sweater brings us a weather that needs to win. That one is more elevated up front, better in terms of just the way this one's spine lays in him, and his hind leg is for sure more attractive. At the same time, a little fresher to the touch and probably just more expressive in some areas. If anything, I thought sheared a little tight, and just color from the side takes away from his image, but that she balances and proportions well. Really stout one in second, good in the shape of that one's body, like just the dimension that he has. At the same time, starting to get a bit more mature about his shoulder, wants to drop in his chest, and in motion kind of accentuates all those things. Young lady that's going to be third, dark-legged sheep that's attractive up front, head correlates just maybe some extra height up front. At the same time, a little flatter, especially about his lower leg, and needs to just be firmed up in terms of handle. Young lady that rounds out our class, extended, a level little sheep that probably just needs a notch more substance to work up in this particular class. Congratulations to all these kiddos.
Results out of Class 4. First place went to Aubrey Hill, second went to Caitlin Mole, third to Adeline Hughes, and fourth to Alexis Gwynn. Congratulations to those class winners. We are now showing for Breed Hamp.
We definitely increased numbers here in the Hamp Weather Show, and I think found some good ones. I thought there was a class or two that really come with some depth and was fun to kind of work through. Probably caught on if you're ringside. I like good-looking sheep that are built right, and then if we can make them stout, that really helps our cause as well. I think there's a couple of them out here, and one of them in particular that's pretty special when you think about combining all those things. Congratulate your Hampshire exhibitors with a round of applause, and we'll get you a preliminary cell lineup. think a very contrasting pair of weathers that surface here in this particular trio. I'm going to elect to start the young man's weather. I think comes a notch bolder everywhere you study him, a broad-chested one. It's really good just in the turn and shape of his body, a little bigger hipped, and comes just a bit in terms of genuine foot size, maybe a little bigger footed as well. And I think because the sheepin too is so good looking and just attractive in terms of his organization up front, a person has got to watch themselves because you can get critical of the young man's weather in that regard. I think organized, but maybe not as elevated in some areas or extended in some areas, if you will. The sheep still proportions well in motion. I thought maybe just a notch more collected. Cantankerous and kind of a flatty little guy here in two. And the young lady has done a nice job of trying to get this one shown. Standing still, I think, does a lot of things right. Wedges in the right direction. Dynamic sheep. It's good heighted and good touching. A bit more immature, probably compared to that weather there. There's some parts and pieces of this one that I think are really going to get better with time. Maturity is going to help that one a great deal. Congratulations to you. Young lady there, it's going to round out our trio. Really firm touching. You're good. Good job. Firm touching one, really trim, good in his rack shape. Needs to just drop there in terms of his flank to balance up a little better. Nice class, real good top pair of sheep. Congratulations to all three of those kids.
Congratulations to your Class 1 natural winner went to Maverick Bar Mettler, second went to Kaylee Tanner, and third to Bailey Rankin. Congratulations to those class winners. We are now showing Class 2 natural weathers.
Another solid trio of sheep that I think shakes out pretty quickly in terms of placing. Young man brings us an awfully nice weather to start. Ironic that I said I didn't know as though his last class winner probably had just the extension and elevation, and he brought me one that did. I like this sheep a lot from the side. Very good in terms of just his lines, his hind leg. I think it's fresh to the touch, and for trying to get a little bit of age and probably older sheep handles and still very, very youthful. Congratulations to him. Young lady in the leopard shirt, I think, brings this one three-quarter view. This one wedges and progresses in the right direction. Really fresh to the touch and good job in terms of feed and being good touching. At the same time, in motion, that one wants to drop his chest just a little shorter hipped, and gets more tentative in how he uses his rear leg. I thought standing still, a muscular sheep that does a lot of things right. Young lady in third ran into a tough race. Extended sheep, pretty level in terms of his top line. Runs out of gas maybe just in terms of some power, but she too doing a nice job and has several classes in now. Congratulations to all three of those kiddos. My hat's off to them.
Congratulations to our Class 2 winner. First place went to Maverick Bar Mettler, second went to Macy Nunley, and third to Bailey Rankin. Congratulations to those class winners. We're now showing for breed natural.
Tons of quality, especially on the top end of these natural weathers. And I think when you get them back out here, 2 class winners, different kinds of sheep, but I think still represent good ones in terms of stoutness. I think one takes it to a bit of higher degree in terms of look. Young man there out of the last class will have your champion. Young man there out of the first class will be reserve.
Congratulations to Maverick Barmettler for showing the breed and reserve place natural. That completes our natural show. We're now ready to start with our white-faced cross. There will be 2 classes, a white-faced cross.
Kind of back just to some priority things between this pair of weathers and use the young lady here in the hot pink sweater vest. I think brings us a weather that just comes with more, especially with regard to muscle, feature, body shape, all those things. Need to tweak this one in terms of some balance pieces from the side, but so much more just in terms of stoutness. Congratulations to you. Like the extra elevation of the young lady here in 2, tall fronted weather that's more elevated there about the base of his chest. 3/4 view, honey, I didn't know as though he had enough. A little bit more concave there about the base of his body, and sure wants to get a little flatter from behind. But you do a nice job of showing off the pieces of that sheep in terms of balance that are really, really good. My compliments to both of these young ladies. Interesting little trio that we have here, and I think just the most complete one is the young lady here in the yellow shirt. I think brings us one that when you get them propped up, even though not probably the neatest one, if you will, up front, this one is the best balanced sheep that comes still pretty fresh in terms of his handle. Comes with some extra body shape and dimension. A combination of things I thought made that one start. Young lady, it's going to be second, does so with one that I thought just had more real muscle, especially in terms of rack and lower leg. A little bolder there, probably in the turn to his midrib than this weather in 3. Change him up front, and then I think we move him up a spot or 2, but you did a nice job of getting that one stuck. Extended sheep, you can tell, represents some good parts and pieces. The sheep's starting to get some age on him, and that's evident just in terms of a staler handle and wanting to get just a little hollow there in terms of his body. But a nice sheep to go ahead and stand third. Congratulations to all 3 of these kids. Good job.
Results out of Class 2. First place went to Adeline McPhail from Lawton FFA, second to Briley Burris from Lawton FFA, and third to Caitlin Mole. We'll now be showing for Breed Champion Whiteface Cross.
In our white-face crosses, I think probably revert back just to some more fundamental type things in terms of balance and proportions from the side and coupling it with the right kind of body shape and muscle. I think when you do those things, the young lady out of the last class needs to win. Let's congratulate her on her champion. It gets a little closer for reserve. I think different kinds of sheep that still have some parts and pieces that we need to tweak. Let me get one more look here at these 2, and then we'll get you a cell lineup. But let's congratulate all these girls on their white-face crosses.
Congratulations to your Breed Champion Whiteface Cross was exhibited by Adeline McPhail. Reserve was exhibited by Bristol Monroe. Congratulations. Congratulations to all of our Whiteface Cross exhibitors. That completes that show. We are now ready to go into our single AOB Dorset show.
When I went to handle this sheep over here, I told the little girl, I said, he's pretty fuzzy for a Dorset. Have you been working his leg wool? And she said, yeah. So I'd say she's been working pretty hard at home, and she brings us a single entry that could withstand some competition. This guy's good in terms of some feature, body shape, and having some muscle. Let's put our hands together for her and her single entry.
Congratulations to your breed champion Dorset went to Addison McPhail of Lawton 4-H. We are now ready to start our black-faced cross show. Class 1. 6 head in it.
When we started this class, Trusty Ring Help here kind of chuckled and said, "You're on the downhill slide." And then we bring the class that I think's probably had the most depth of the whole day and kind of make a gal think in some areas. But I like it. I think it's fun. I think even though I kind of had to put my thinking cap on in a spot or two, there's two of them that surface as soon as they enter the gate in terms of the right kind of body shape and coming just a bit more athletic in their build. I think different kinds of sheep. I do land on the young ladies, whether better, and the way that one progresses there back into his flank, probably squarer and just truer everywhere you study him as well. That one in terms of hind leg usage, I think is a notch better as well. Now, big racked, really big hipped, and no shortage of just shape and dimension found in the young man's weather here. Kind of wool plucked, that's okay, I don't mind it. At the same time, I don't think that one balances quite as well from the side, probably not as square in his upper hip either, but another good sheep to go ahead and be second. Young lady gonna be third with kind of a tighter sheared one. In terms of wedging dynamically and progressing in the right direction, reminds you of the class winner. In motion, I think get a little critical of this one. A little rounder there in the build of his shoulder, gets a little tentative in how he uses his rear leg. Young man here behind me brings this one that hands-on. I like a great deal. That one is firm to the touch. He's got as much just twist and lower leg as anything in this particular class. Naturally, though, a little narrower in terms of his loin. He, too, a little rigid off of either end. Young lady brings us another sheep that I think has been cared for really well, and you can tell just in terms of that one's hide and fill, I think is spot on. He's just plainer in the package that he comes in, a little deeper chested, and I thought ran into some sheep there ahead of him that were notch more attractive, especially up front. Young lady that's going to round out our class here brings us a sheep that has some parts and pieces that I really like, especially just with regard to build in this particular setting. I thought just ran out of gas in terms of some muscle and presentation, but a nice class there, a fun one to kind of work through. My compliments to those kiddos.
Congratulations to your Class 1 winner, Remington Bar Metler from Comanche County 4-H. Second went to Madden Bar Metler. Third to Macklin Hobart. Fourth went to Hunter McElhaney. Fifth to Kinley Wallace. And sixth to Serenity Pierce. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We are now ready to show Class 2 Blackface Cross. 6 head in this class.
kind of stand behind this belief that any critter, regardless of which species it is, gets better in motion. The very best of them do, at least. And that's where I think really it could be applied to this trio here, and really where the young lady's weather wins. This one in motion, I think, as the sheep circle just prances around the ring, and that's due to just his angles and the way everything blends together, the angle of his shoulder, how he uses his hind leg, specifically as hawk, with just more flexibility. And then when you get them propped up, all those things come together through a very aesthetic look, if you will. Now, he's not the most powerful, but that sheep has enough. By no stretch would I ever say that he was flat or narrow when he comes with that much attractiveness. A good sheep to win. It was close, though, because I think the young man here in second brings a sheep that's very, very similar. In three-quarter view, if you told me that this one was a bit more upstanding in his rack and probably naturally bigger in terms of his upper hip, I wouldn't disagree. I don't think because of that he looks like he might get a little narrower in his loin, and he doesn't. It's just because he's bigger hipped. Really, the main thing that I thought separated the two of those was hind leg usage. But this one is more extended, this one is more elevated, and this one is just more genuine than this sheep that's going to be third. Standing still, I think the young man does a phenomenal job showing that sheep's dynamic. He progresses in the right direction, big racked, big hipped, and has a lower leg for days. But in motion, shorter hipped, a little shorter coupled. That's why he's more rigid in how he uses his rear leg. A real fun trio to sort through. Young lady over here, kind of in the paisley shirt, brings us a meat and potatoes kind of sheep. Big-footed, heavy-muscled, good in terms of his body shape. Little plainer from the side, starting to drop his chest. Young lady coming in next brings us one cut from the same cloth. Really, all three of these sheep are. I thought this one, extended like his front end, much more comfortable in terms of just rear leg usage than the sheep that's going to round out our class here. Wants to break in terms of his loin, kind of funnel down low. Sheep that rounds out our class, standing still. I like this one, big chested and has some dimension in terms of just expansion up high. At the same time, wants to camp his hind leg underneath him just a shot, need to alter that one structurally. Nice class, real fun top trio. My compliments to all your young people.
Congratulations to your Class 2 winner went to Lorraine Cox. Second place went to Maverick Barmettler. Third to Madden Barmettler. Fourth went to Carly Roney. Fifth to Bentley Bratcher. And sixth to Allison Rowell from the Cash FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We are now ready to show our final class of Blackface Cross, forehead in the class.
Solid way to end our last class of the day here. I think a really good sheep to win at that. Really broad-chested one compared directly to the sheep in two. Just squarer and more attractive from the side, frankly. We're elevated there about the base of his chest. His hind leg is a notch more attractive. Good sheep to win. Young man that's going to be second brings us one bold in terms of just his body. That thing's big-hipped. Everything, though, is a bit rounder. It doesn't matter if it's his shoulder or his hip. It just comes in kind of a rounder package. I think that's getting pretty nitpicky on a sheep that he, too, does a lot of things right. Young man over here, I think he was one of the first ones to enter the class, if I remember correctly. And this sheep has a really strong first impression. He's fresh. He's highly presented. He's got a good hind leg, really shapely. You ran into a tough class, buddy, honestly, because I think from the side, this one is just a little shorter necked and kind of runs downhill just a skosh, but you've done a nice job with a sheep that's heavy muscled, that's robust, that's really big hipped, and you do a good job of showing that one as well. Young lady that's going to round out our class here brings us one that's really progressive from his sternum there back into his flank. I think that one is deep twisted. It has a lot of just lower leg and stifle. Honestly, just need to firm this one up when I get my hands on him, a little softer to the touch, and then he's a little thicker hided, and so that kind of exacerbates that. Nice class, good class winner. Congratulations to these young people. Really high quality black-face cross show, and I think some differences, very minuscule differences between our three black-face crosses, and then we've added our single entry Dorset out here for premium sale lineup purposes, and definitely is a good representative of the breed. Really, it comes down between a pair of these and probably splitting hairs between them. Attractive sheep that come with the right kind of just shape and dimension. Some personal preference things, and it's fun when you make sheep this good because it gives a gal the liberty to pick some things that are just kind of more my speed in terms of look and attractiveness. A lot of quality here. I'm going to take one more look, and then we'll line up these black faces.
Congratulations, Mary Beth. She'll be your grand black-face cross. Reserve goes to Lorraine Cox. Congratulations. Congratulations to all of our black face cross exhibitors. That takes care of that sale order. We are now ready for our weather grand drive. Give Mr. Irvin just a second to get reset and we'll roll you in. Representing your Southdown breed is Macy Nunley. Lorraine Cox with the breed Hamp. Maverick Baller Metler with the breed Natural. Adeline McPhail with the breed Whiteface Cross. And Mary Beth with the breed Blackface Crossed.
Your sheep show has been very, very good, and I think I thanked them at the beginning of the goat show. But thank you very much for having me. Anytime I'm asked to come give just my opinion and one gal's opinion on any given day, if we took opinion out of this, it would be a lot less fun. There would be a lot less discrepancies and things of that sort. If we all had the same opinion, it would be pretty boring. But thank you so much for having me. Deeply humbled. I've been thrilled to work with your kids that are highly respectable. I would challenge you, if you're ringside, to make sure you thank the people that make a county fair possible. It is not for the faint of heart and requires a lot of behind-the-scenes effort. I think you have a really good group of people here doing that. If you've come through the ring with any small ruminant today as an exhibitor, know that I'm very proud of you. I want you to keep showing and keep working hard. I would never claim to know very much in the game of life, and I'm not too big on grand drive speeches, but I know that hard work and serving the good Lord will get you pretty far. I think in regards to picking a champion reserve in bronze market lamb, it really comes down between a 3-horse race, and not to discredit the other para sheep that are out here. I thought our Hampshire was very good. It comes with so much presence and just some extras from the side. More immature, probably compared to some other sheep out here. I don't really discredit him for that, because I think that sheep is so elegant, especially in motion. I like the natural sheep quite a bit in terms of just look from the side. I think that sheep is really stout and comes with some things, maybe in some areas that we want to tweak, but that's a really good blue one in his own right. The black-face cross that we just concluded with, really stout, and that thing probably in that trio is the most mature and the oldest sheep, I would say, just on a comparative basis. Big chested one that's just overwhelming in terms of just dimension, and from this view right here, the sheep still balances in motion. I think a person could get critical in a spot or two, but all three of those sheep I think represent good ones in kind of very different forms. If you would please congratulate all these young people one last time for me, and I'll get you 3 of my favorites.
Congratulations, Mary Beth. She'll have your Grand Market lamb with the black face cross. Congratulations to your reserve shown by Lorraine Cox with the ham. Congratulations to your brawn to Maverick Bar Metler with the natural. We are ready to get started with our showmanship. We will do Pee Wee first. That will be anyone who has not shown in the junior show today, 8 and under. Junior will be 3rd through 6th grade. Intermediate will be 7th to 9th grade. And senior will be 10 to 12th.
Toughest job of the day by quite some margin. Every time, every time. Good conversation with both of these. We have a returning exhibitor. She was the champion in our Pee Wee Goat showmanship, if I remember. Hannah, doing a great job with sheep. She's in pre-K, is 4 years old, and she said she liked showing sheep, but couldn't tell me quite what the favorite part is. She just likes everything about it. We have a talker, though, up front. I asked him his sheep's name, and he rattled on about 10 names, so I would say he's probably got a lot of sheep at home. He also claimed he had a donkey, but don't worry, he fed them all sheep feed and a bunch of hay. Good conversation with both of them. I think some differences maybe in age. One, maybe eye contact, making sure a sheep's head's up and things of that sort. It's very, very good. Young man up front will be your champion. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations to your Pee Wee showman, Legend Urban. Congratulations to our Pee Wee showman. We are now ready to roll into our junior showmanship. 3rd through 6th grade.
A lot of competition amongst these junior showmen. I think they all have done a fine job, probably beyond their years in some with regard to just fundamentals of things. You know, last year my little cousin was 8. We got her first sheep, and I learned pretty quick there's something to be said about getting a junior showman to be intense and have some ring presence. Of course, I got the competitive genes in the family, and she didn't necessarily. So it was always fun adventures at the barn.
but I have a deep respect for junior showmen that do it with some intensity, that do it and do it quick. And I think we've got a handful of these young ladies that do a nice job. Young man's give them a run for their money for sure. He's outnumbered out here. But with that being said, I think with regard to picking a champion, there's one, a strong first impression, the way she positions her body in relation to the sheep, making sure we do some extra little things I think is well beyond most junior showmen can do. Know if you're out here in the ring, know I'm very proud of you. I want you to keep working hard, and I sure hope that you enjoy showing sheep. Let's give a big round of applause to our junior showman, and I'll shake the hand of your champion.
Congratulations, Remington Barmettler is your champion junior showman. We are now ready, once they exit the ring, to start our intermediate showmanship.
Definitely increased our numbers here in intermediate showmanship and probably highlights the importance of making sure we use the entire ring, especially when these things circle, so kiddos don't get lost in the circle or in the shuffle kind of as much. Also, it's probably a pet peeve of mine, making sure we set up these sheep in a straight line. I know everybody wants to kick theirs out just a skocia so they get an extra look or something. It doesn't really work like that. Just stay in a straight line. It sure helps with just the sequence of things. I think a competitive group here, though, really kids that do a nice job of getting solid braces, comes down just to some ring awareness, making sure that we're doing the same thing every time in more of a systematic fashion, positioning their body in relation to the sheep and the spot that that sheep specifically needs to be hit is a huge deal. That's the beautiful thing and the challenging thing of showing sheeps. Every single one of them is different, and you got to adapt. And with that, I think that there's a couple of these kids that rise to the forefront, and then one that I think just does it in a much smoother fashion, a bit more consistently. Congratulations to all these kids. Young man over there in the corner with the blue weather will be your champion.
Congratulations, intermediate showman, to Madden Barmettler. Once these intermediates exit the ring, we are ready to start senior showmanship.
a fun group of seniors to work through as we conclude our day here. And like I mentioned before, thank you so much for having me. I've enjoyed the morning and then into the afternoon as we work through your small ruminants. And I think as a county, you guys should be very, very proud. With that being said, senior showmanship, I think, brought a fair share of competition. If you're ringside, you probably noticed I made them switch. I'm pretty firm that the best showmen adapt and get better regardless of which sheep that you put them on, and it remained true when we switched. I think being able to do that really separates a good sheep showman from the rest of them. I think these three young ladies surfaced in relation to their contemporaries in terms of coming with some extra just ring presence and intensity. Young people there on the back line, I'd encourage you just to continue fine-tuning some things. Work and repetition is really the only way that a person gets better. Every now and again, maybe caught a foot off, or we weren't positioning that sheep's head quite correctly in the way we should, but bright futures, I would say, for each of you. With that being said, the young ladies here directly in front of me do a very good job. When we switched, I thought even more so highlighted a showman that I think is very smooth, gentle yet intense in the way she gets a brace. She has some ring presence and made sure she walks that sheep. She can make, either sheep that I put her on prance and do so to a very high degree. Before I shake the hand of your champion, thank you again for having me. I wish you folks nothing but the best. God bless. Safe travels home. Young lady up front will be your champion senior. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to your champion senior showman, Lorraine Cox. That completes our livestock show for the spring. We appreciate y'all from coming. We'll see you next year.